She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
3 more months, Quag cursed.
Alright, you guys can once again have the cat screaming ASMR experience. I'll be right back. Yeah, this is for you. Why do you keep kicking your bowl over here? There. Stop putting your button in the drip for a minute. Okay. I'm back. Okay. I'm also experimenting with a different mic position. So we'll see how that works out. But hello. How's everybody doing? As soon as I sit down. Oh, you guys, you planned this then, huh? Okay. Was it just the two of you, or... Oh, no, group effort, cool. Coordinated attack, apparently. I'm too broke to do anymore. It's okay, Dex. I got the energy. How's everybody doing? Mr. David Bowling, thank you so much for the 21 months with the 21 streak at tier 3. That's huge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How we doing? Control. Yeah, listen, I was sitting here fiddling with stuff and I was trying to start exactly at 10:30 and my time management is really just that bad. Pupty, how are you? Nunu, Roddy. Dex, Foster, Atris, Priz, Asa. Jester, Mr. Sean. I just spent all the quags. It's okay. You'll get more quags. You'll get more. Honestly, wasn't involved in the plan and quickly understood what the plan was. Seems like one of those things. So, courtesy of Mr. Sean there, I wanted to test out some grenade stuff on Amara to see how feasible it is as just a thing you can plug into various Amara builds that happen to have a driver and don't need their grenade slot. The big point of testing is going to be how much damage do we need, but also how much survivability do we need, because it's going to involve holding a guardian angel with a driver dot on you, and that kills you, like, very quickly. So you need a good amount of healing to not die from that. We're going to explore some options there, and also mess around with other build tech that's just been rattling around in my head. Maybe I get into some speedrunning later. Maybe I don't. I'm already back down to, like, once update the board, process my own submission, and Super's submission. I'm back down to third on Mo's, but the difference is I'll be third of 4 people instead of third of 3, right? Is that what the difference was? Here, let me look at that. Yeah, I'll be third of 4 people instead of third of 3. So that's something. Yeah, I gotta submit. It's on the board because Voodoo must have gotten to it while I was asleep. But yeah. Hey Shazbot, how you doing? The ability to juggle grenades and rockets at the same time, think about splash and go boom. It's something we could do. Well, let me get rid of this counter heading, because yeah. Cat. I'm doing well, Pericles. How are you? Priz, thank you for the 30 months. Today is the 7th part of Chapter 31, Volume 16, and I swear Mikasa will get development soon. She won't. She won't. Oh yeah, by the way, anime fans, Attack on Titan is dropping the first part of the third part of the fourth part of the anime today, like 10 minutes ago. So that's cool.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey Dex, thanks for taking care of Atris. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Oh yeah, no, that's not a shitpost, Pericles. So Attack on Titan, the final season, aka season 4, has been divided into 3 parts, and the third part has been divided into 2 parts. So that's cool. Can't wait to watch you play a bit today. I've been muted most of the day. I just want to say hello and thank you for making quality BO3 content. Hope everyone does their best to spread love this weekend and every day. I appreciate you, Foster. Yeah, okay, so first things first. Need to jump in game. I'm gonna make a copy of this save. And then throw all the gear in the fucking trash. Where's my saves folder? Now, the thing with me treating my saves this way is I have enough that my game sometimes crashes from, you know, existing. So, that's the thing. Hey Voodoo, how you doing? Good to see you. I gotta submit my 1818, so I'll be 3rd place again on the Moe's board, instead of 4th. But I forgot. Jake, what are you doing? My cat's losing his mind. You consider just deleting all the non-Amara saves? You just want me to delete my Moe's saves. And you're a good friend for wanting that for me. But I'm never changing. Maybe I don't need to delete the gear. I don't need a butt plug. Context. Okay, so the idea here is we're going to be doing some driver stuff with grenades. Now, I need to give myself some triple stickies. We're going to go to Sanctuary? No, we don't need to go to Sanctuary right now. I need to give myself some triple stickies. So, go gadget save editor. I need to find one of my saves that already has those. I have too many saves. You can hear my scroll wheel, right? Yeah. So you know when I'm scrolling. I'll find it eventually. This is normally the kind of thing I do off stream, but I genuinely just couldn't be bothered. Okay, I passed it at some point. So I need to stare harder. It's the only solution. There it is. Hyperion purple grenade. Cat, do not tear down my curtains. That would be rude. Okay, so we're gonna go all the core elements here. I'm gonna want shock, gonna want corrosive, gonna want... Do I want fire? Actually, shock and corrosive is probably enough. We'll go shock first. In terms of anointments, so like action skill active, grenade damage makes sense here. Chasing Amara record. Not as of right now. Testing out some theories suggested by a couple other people that might be useful for Amara speedrunning as a whole. Just managed to beat Mose Woden by 83 milliseconds. My hands are dead. Let's go. That was a well-defined meow. I think so. OPQ can literally skip mayhem levels. Lots of things can. Yeah. There's a bunch of guns capable of that. OPQ system is like good, but it definitely falls in that category of things that is it's more wow factor than substance. Like the gun's not bad by any means. It's definitely well above average. It's just there's also stuff that's way above it in power. It's really fun to use. It is. It's one of my favorites. Some of my first, I think my very first stream actually was me playing Gunflak with OPQ. Yeah, URAD OPQ just runs through Maliwan. I think that was my first ever stream on Twitch. So anointment on this grenade. In terms of things you need in general with this kind of tech, so an ASC 50 is important for getting max mindfulness stacks. Also for kind of indirectly extending how long we're dotted. We'll have 5 anima with this setup ideally, so I don't think we'll need to worry about the duration bit too much. ASC 50s are also good for grenade builds in terms of damage output. So I'm leaning ASC 50 here, especially if I'm going to be using Tandava or Phase Slam, which is generally my preference for this kind of setup. There's definitely an argument for running ties that bind, but I think for now I'm going to assume that I'm not doing that. So we'll go ASC Radiation here. Specifically because that ties into another anima-related thing that I want to try to crowbar onto this. Yeah, Shock with ASC Rad. That's 1. I want to do Corrosive with the same as well, so I'll make that 2. Okay, in terms of the driver, a grenade damage passive might be necessary here, but I think for now, just going with splash radius splash damage is acceptable, because this will just apply to a bunch of build stuff. Why exactly we using driver here? Elemental Projector. Elemental Projector. Sticky grenades, they double dip on the actual explosion. And elemental bonuses are one of those things that will double dip. Grenade damage does not apply to fish at all, right? Correct. Fish just gets melee instead of grenade, basically. Fish still gets grenade radius, but not damage. Imagine if it did. It's one of those things that functionally wouldn't even change much, Amber, because think about how, like, there's not that many places to get grenade damage in the first place. There's More Than Okay Boomer Mayhem modifier, there's Class Mod passive and Artifact passive, and then there's 2 anoints that apply specifically to grenades, neither of which are actually grenade damage. So it actually doesn't change anything, because at most it means you're giving up like your 3rd passive on class mod. Why is fastball so out of the meta in BL3? Because grenades in BL3 are actually good. Interesting thing about fastball, Shazbot, is that proportionally, the fastball isn't really behind the BL2 fastball. The BL3 fastball is not behind the BL2 fastball. And that's something that, you know, doesn't fit when people hear that sentence. But if we break it down, what was peak performance of fastball in 2? Like, for general use. Axton chucking them and with investment could take out badasses. And then, of course, you did have Krieg Bloodsplosion stuff, but that's Bloodsplosion and not the fastball, and that's important. In this game, you can get the same level of performance that an Axton grenade build, which is using it as a tool to comfortably second wind or take out badasses quickly without shooting your gun. You can do that on 3 of the characters pretty easily in this game. The odd one out being Zane. Now you can still do it on Zane. You just have to throw 2 instead of 1. But Zane has better grenade regeneration than Axton does too, by the way. So like, the fastball itself is fine. It's just the thing is that there's so many better grenades in this game. Whereas in BL2 for damage dealing, your serious choices were what? Fastball, electric chair, Stormfront, which is a discount electric chair. Like, not that many things were very clearly good damage dealers at high levels of content. But in BL3, grenades are just actively better than guns. And like Asa said, it's also purely single target in a game heavily focused around AoE. So like, why use a fastball that hits one enemy one time when you could use a light speed that does comparable damage to a single fastball hit, except has homing projectiles, ricochets off surfaces, and hits like 20 times, and can crit. There's an annoyment will actually galactic grenade damage increased by 150. I guess that's the biggest bonus you can get for grenades. The thing about that is it's not grenade damage, Voodoo. It's the same damage multiplier as the Guardian Angel. So, like, if you have a Guardian Angel, it's already lower value. Innocent question, can fastball one-tap Tron? Yes. You can invest to a point where fastball can one-tap Tron. Another fastball accolade that people sleep on, myself included, this is more Stone Swan stuff. Fastball is a good dot grenade on Amara. Again, light speed's just like better, but poor EMP can't even outdo fastball. It do be like, well, EMP's a gun, remember. The EMP grenade is a bullet, so of course it's worse than grenades. No, we're not talking about Hunter Seeker. Ignore that. Have we gotten a Nerf gun one tap yet? I did some stream content with the Nerf gun before commitment was capped. Source Explosion Wonderland's also good dot gun. True. Okay, yeah, so for this, the next thing to worry about is the shield slot. Revolter is gonna go here for now because it's just, like, gonna be applicable to a lot of stuff. The idea behind this is we're making sort of a, as nondescript of a build as we can to get this tech working, for the reason that this is something that you could slot into a bunch of other builds for, like, speedrunning and just having boss options. Oh no, we're here. Yeah, no, I fixed it. Um, go adaptive. Yeah, let's go adaptive revolter. Um, allergies today. Ugh. I don't know how I want to treat the shield here. Probably stick with level 72. Just see what happens. Okay, action skill start. I think it was me, but shit's actually silent. Nah, it happens. I have a keybind to mute that, for whatever reason, I'm very good at accidentally hitting whenever I type anything that requires me to hit the letter O, even though it's, like, not there. I just have, the fine motor control thing. I should really just move that keybind. But I haven't. Big fan of shield break sound. LA Projector Fish hits hard enough during TGTD that I don't need to swap to static charge during bossing. Yeah, I use LA Projector Fish on my own driver setup as well, Butter. On the Pestilence setup, I don't have static charge. I just use a Rad Fish with Clear the Mind, and then I have Corrosive Body in mind, but even just the Rad Fish itself is enough. Um, Projector Auto I don't make sense for now. Now, the thing is, this driver dot is going to kill me. Hey, Super, how you doing? This driver dot is going to kill me. But this will be a good, teachable moment. Important question I don't think I've asked you. What's your favorite sound effect in BL3? Probably Rad Explosions. I finished the very first playthrough on BL3. I may ask why the blonde BL3 was such a hate child in comparison to other releases. I don't know what you mean by hate child. I'm gonna guess and I guess you're saying that BL3 story worse than the others, and the answer to that is it's not. It's just you forgot the baseline quality of Borderlands storytelling. There's definitely some misses. There's some things that didn't work for me, but hey, that's literally all of the games. Like, little thought experiment here. Completely remove Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2. Completely remove. Remove everything that has anything to do with Jack. Okay? What do you have left? Sure, Jack carried BL2? Exactly. That doesn't mean BL2's story was transcended or anything. That means Jack was a good character. So, like, if you remove the story from the character, shit ain't different. Quality is about about the same. And BL3 had some great characters in it that are very underappreciated. For example, I thought that Katagawa Jr. was a great side villain. I thought that some of the supporting cast in BL3 was great, like Wainwright Jacobs was awesome. Transcend makes sense here. Hi, Kevin. How you doing? Um... Lilith was just a pushover save for Maya. Yeah, Lilith and Maya suck. That's just kind of par for the course for them. Maya was actually done dirty. Uh, they gave Maya something to do for the first time. Like, they took a character with zero personality and just killed her off for the development of another character. Now, I'm not going to say that's particularly groundbreaking approach to storytelling, but also nothing of value was lost. So, I kind of want burn both ends here. They dusted her off. But I'm going to keep the skill tree minimal for now. And then in terms of Guardian Angel Anoint, 150 over 90 would be good for like one-tapping things from the start, but this is going to be for multiple boss phases, so trying to figure out what anoint I even put here. It was suggested that Terror works out well here, and this is one of the cases where it really does. We'll just go with a functionally non-anointed GA for right now. Gotta go way better than Tyrene. I agree. That's true, but only because Maya was a relatable character in 2. Exactly. She had absolutely... Like, she was a blank slate going into 3, and then in 3 they gave her an hour of screen time and did very little. So, I still didn't really care. Okay. So that's with minimal damage. Okay, let's increase the amount we spec, because I want to get laid bare. I could go to Avatar and stuff, honestly. Hold off, though. Or takedowns in BL3 anyway. I like to consider Digipeak a precursor to takedowns, in that takedowns are the most difficult mobbing in the game. They're long gauntlets of mobbing with bosses in between. So there's a boss in the middle, boss at the end. And the way BL3's content is set up, different pieces of content have different difficulty. Guardian Takedown, the place I'm in right now, being the hardest. This is the place where mobs have the most HP. So you see this Manticore right here that I'm aiming at? This little guy has about the HP of Captain Tron. So, like, you fight a bunch of mobs where they're basically all bosses. I should go further down the street so I can just have Tandava. Splash Radius got me there. I don't have anything prepared for this. Will this save me? Okay, I'll just die. Hey kitty, how you doing? Considered Maya better than Tina. Based. BO3 Vault Hunter you think will die in 4? I don't really know. I don't really particularly care either. Won't kill off any old VHs in BO4 because they'll do a new thing. Copium. I'm intentionally using a bad element matchup, by the way. So you can see the damage without driver there. Fly laid bear, we have driver. And it's able to kill. I'm wondering how much of my survival here is Samsara, because that's a lot of healing. Does Samsara go away when you go down? It does. That's good info. Kill every existing character the first 5 minutes and start over. I would love that. Game starts off with the world going to shit and you work back to restoring it. So let's increase the skill tree investment. Could go to Avatar, but I won't for now. Ouch. I want to reset the mobs anyway. Everyone's sleeping on Iron Leaves. Because it's a good sleep aid. How you doing, Ken? No, Iron Leaves is being slept on because it requires enough effort to fix that you could just not do that and run something better. Like, Grass Psychic is a horrible typing. In current format, getting Electric Terrain is too much of an opportunity cost for it to be worth setting up, and then you're in a situation where, cool, you have a Psychic move that still isn't as good as Expanding Force. In a format where people have already started using Dark types out of fear of Psychic moves. Your best move literally doesn't function. It's like, eh. And with Series 3 allowing the Ruin Pokemon in, okay, what is an Iron Leaves doing to Qianpao or Chiyu? Hell, even Wo-Qian into, or Ting-Lu into Iron Leaves is like, lol. Pokemon stuff. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, in Walking Wakeland, where that thing is horrifically busted and never should have existed. Okay, there we go. Almost one-shot that enemy. Let's wait for, Action Skull to come back. I should spec Avatar just for this testing. That's fine. Skill tree's not final. Okay, that's 2 grenades for a badass. Walking Wake's gonna bulldoze. It's so crazy. Like, Water Dragon is such a crazy typing. And then it can't be countered by either of the weather sets that people actually use in doubles. Like, I think Sand is going to get more popular because of Walking Wake, which is weird because Tyranitar is a horrible switch into Walking Wake. But, like, Sand will turn off both rain and sun. And it gives your rock types Spadef where they might actually be able to survive a Hydro Steam. What do you think? Plan on playing the Scarlet Violet DLCs? Yeah. Again, I don't know if I'll make it stream content, but I do play Scarlet Violet often. Well, Scarlet, because I don't have Violet. But the other Sand or Snow becoming more popular. Yeah, Snow... We're getting Alolan Ninetales back, right? Yeah. Alolan Ninetales comes in as the premier Snow setter. Yeah. So Snow, I see becoming more popular. Because then you could run, like, Alolan Ninetales, Iron Bundle, Qian Pao as like your Snow team core, and then just fill out the other 3 slots with whatever you need. Even Slowking with the signature move no one knows about. Chilly Reception? Chilly Reception's so good. Like, Slowking is absolutely slept on. Okay, so let's see if we can increase the damage here. Remember, the idea behind this is I don't want this to be just grenades. I want other stuff to be able to function here. In terms of action skill augment, Expedite, as always, makes the most sense at first glance, but, like, Stillness of Mind would let us line up grenade throws. And there's some value to that. Let's try it. So Reception switch into Slush the Titan or even Ice Body, Glaceon or Avalugg. I don't know how I feel about Avalugg with, like, the amount of special attackers running around. Like, in a world without Chi-Yu, Walking Wake, Goldengo, maybe it'd be a little bit safer. But, like, it's not like there's other Pokemon that aren't special threats. Like, Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Iron Valiant's run as a hybrid attacker. You see both physical and special sets for Dragapult, Salamence, and Dragonite. I don't know. The really bad Spadef is kind of a deal breaker, in my opinion. Yeah, the ASC 50 makes Stillness of Mind a bit wonky. I kind of don't like how Longbow Grenades teleport after delay, not exactly hit scan until delay is over. Well, nothing is hit scan in Borderlands 3. Not even traditional, like, bullet-type weapons that are very fast. See this face puncher I'm shooting? That's not hit scan either. Nothing is. Hit scan would be absolutely no travel time. Forceful Expression is more damage for grenades. Could be fun, but then, of course, that puts us in a position where it's pigeonholing what the build can do. Although, if I want to be able to do guns on the side, then Forceful makes sense here. See what happens. catharsis memes. Hit scan more like miss scan. How dare you accurately judge my aim? Honestly, the nerf. Oh, I don't have grenades. That is something to worry about here. Maybe I need grenade regen on here, and then like an ASC there. We're on a lower level revolter. Red and blue capped, so it's pretty close to a gun build. That makes sense. Do you run grenade regen, Anoint? No? More than okay, Boomer? Ah, that would do it, yeah. What do I have on this set? Yeah. Other than freeze tag, that's fine. Sure. We're only testing. How is Catharsis anyway? Dot grenade setups are its only use case. When used in practice on most builds, it does negligible damage to anything except you, whom it will kill. Wish you could have save slots for mana modifiers so you could quickly switch between in-game. I wish you could just select them. That would be the best solution. The word complete all the animal hunts for the Hammerlock? Yes, the Becca, Jacob's assault rifle. That is the only way in the entire game to get the Becca, and you can only ever get one Becca per character. Not even resetting your playthrough changes that. Oh yeah, roguelite. Duh. You're not blowing myself up. It took out the whole armor bar without projector being active. That's interesting. Like, it doesn't really seem like a decent reward to me. Guess you have to roll in read-only mode because of that method of acquisition. Well, that's the problem. The Becca is a very good gun. Like, in a game where most Jacob's weapons are pretty mid, Becca is, like, very good. But because that's the only way to get it, yeah, you read only or you save edit it, and read only is just soft save editing. And that's a problem in my opinion. Because why is a game giving you items that it doesn't want you to use? Because, like, if the Becca is obtainable once per character, they don't want you to have it? You buy in the black market. How many weeks out of the year? Your RNG? No, it's just time. Like, how many weeks of the year have that in the pool? You say Pearl or Becca more problematic? Becca. Pearl, you can, at the very least, reset your TVHM progress and get another one. Also, the Pearl's an artifact, so just getting one at 72 is enough. Becca is a gun. It goes up to level 82. Also, crew challenges cannot be reset. Buy it on eBay. Pain. Ooh, that one shot. That has effective card damage of 200k. And it scales up very well with additional projectiles from, say, Two Fang, Playing Dirty, Infernal Wish. Becca's good. But it's only ever been obtainable in the conventional way that the game tells you is how you get loot, that being kill enemy, get item. It's only been obtainable that way for 3 days in the history of the game. They gave us a 3-day event where the Becca had a drop source, and then removed that. Like, they didn't want us to have a Becca so badly that they went outside of their normal update cycle, which is a 7-day cycle, to make sure we only had it for 3. And that's not the only Becca acquisition problem we've ever had. Broodmother, one of the Hammerlock hunt spawns, its spawn's always been wonky, so for some people getting that enemy to appear in the early stages of the game was dicey. Additionally, anoints were not guaranteed until a while after launch. Something around 8 months after launch was when anoints were made guaranteed. Anoint rerolling wasn't in until DLC 6, so you could just get one without an anoint or with a useless anoint very easily. When Mayhem 2.0 first dropped, the overhaul to the Mayhem system, guns did not get Mayhem levels from any means other than killing an enemy to get the drop, and even some of those enemies didn't work. Meaning crew challenge weapons could not get Mayhem levels, so the highest Becca you could get was 10 levels under. So imagine getting your Becca, your 1 per character Becca, on that save, in the time where it could just arbitrarily have no anoint and be 10 levels under. And then that save is permanently barred from ever getting another one. It's bad design. love farming. Is this the part where I mentioned that I got stuck save quit farming a 5% drop chance item in Diablo 3 for 4 hours yesterday? There is no game where dedicated farming is ever a good system. I'm just gonna put that out there. Why Rack Attack gets hated on so much, I feel like it's underappreciated. Anyone who's hating on Rack Attack has no idea what they're talking about in the landscape of builds in Borderlands 3, Shazbot. Rack Attack is the action skill used for the majority of top-end flak builds. Like, Rack Attack is one of the best action skills in the game. Seems hell spammable, feels like good when I just go proc. Yeah, that, plus it also does good damage. It homes in on enemies. Rack Attack is very good. Okay. Good test there. Let me try... just for personal satisfaction. Back when DLC 2 came out and Skullmasher was chest only, was farmed for about 20 hours, trying to get the worst variant I could. Yeah, Skullmasher was another one of those things. When DLC 2 first came out, you could only get Skullmasher from there, and after Mayhem 2.0 came out, there was this period of time where Skullmasher was still only from chests, but chests couldn't give you Mayhem leveled guns, so the best Skullmasher you could get was 10 levels under. So you could get a non-anointed 10 levels under Skullmasher with half the damage, double the recoil, and that reloads one bullet at a time instead of, you know, the good one. Even if you had the foresight to save Becca for max level on your first playthrough, if you were a day one player, it was soon just trophy through all level cap increases. Yeah, and they did frequent level cap increases for the first year of BL3. Well, after a certain point, there was a year where they did frequent increases. So the first level cap increase was in February of 2020, where they went from 50 to 53, and at that point, your Becca started falling behind. But it wasn't the end of the world yet. There's been a bunch of points in time in BO3's life where under-leveled items were still perfectly valid if they were good enough. So Becca was fine using a 51 at 53 if you had a good one. But, you know, if you had a good one. Majority of people didn't. And then with DLC 2, they went to 57. And that was 2 months later. And then with DLC 3, they went to 60. Now, after DLC 2, Mayhem 2.0 happened. So that's when the 10 levels under thing started happening. And the Becca was not buffed to perform well when the maximum endgame difficulty went from enemies get 1,000% more health to enemies get 12,500% more health. So, huge increase. Becca was not buffed to compensate, so it already fell behind there. So for a while, it was just bad. A good one was unobtainable for most people, but it was also just a bad gun. And then they kept increasing, 65, eventually to 72. They did eventually give the Becca a buff to make it desirable, but that is not when they made it farmable. They made it farmable for 3 days later than that. So most people still couldn't access the gun. Mayhem 2.0 was such a disaster on launch? Yes. And it was a disaster that nobody asked for. Because Mayhem 4 was a post-launch update they did that solved the issues of the launch Mayhem system. And everybody liked Mayhem 4. Then they replaced Mayhem 4 with Mayhem 2.0, which introduced modifiers that you couldn't easily change. Massively increased enemy HP without buffing most things to compensate. Added Mayhem levels to gear, making refarming more necessary. Now, Mayhem 2.0 eventually had some of its issues resolved, but overall, did Mayhem 2.0 make the game worse? Yes. I do think Mayhem 2.0 did good for the game overall. Mayhem 2.0 was a mess on launch. What is something good that Mayhem 2.0 added to the game that wasn't already present? That, like, would not have been possible without it? I'm curious your thoughts on that. Because remember, there's a lot of good content that came out after 2.0 that wasn't part of 2.0 that could have existed without 2.0. Got me back in the game, even for the wrong reasons. I guess, but any update can do that. There's a time where anointments weren't guaranteed. There's a time where your anointment chance was higher in TVHM. Too fast. So yeah, Trant's about the health of a GTD badass. So with this skill tree, we're set up in a way that, like, guns can happen. So what kind of guns do we throw on this? Why did I make this? Oh yeah, I know why. I was gonna try out. I put the wrong anoint on. I was gonna try ASC Rad here, and then grenade regen there. But no. Any update can, yes, but 2.0 is the one that did. Not a particularly valid point. I'm aware of that. I do appreciate Gearbox tried some way to make the game harder, even they ended up just making power creep more of an issue. I agree with that point, Amber. Like, 2.0 did make the game harder. The reason why it ended up being easier overall is because people didn't wait for the stronger stuff they had in the pipeline for us in terms of player power to start complaining that players were too weak. Now, there's some stuff that did need to be addressed, but there's some things that didn't. For example, when Guardian Takedown first came out, people screamed, cried, and flung their shit at the walls when their builds that they did not update from before 2.0, their gear that they did not update, with their strategies that they did not adapt to the content they were playing. They complained when they struggled in GTD. A poop? Yeah. So, within 5 days, once again going outside of their normal update cycle, Gearbox went and reduced the mob HP of enemies in the Guardian takedown by half. Now, did that help? No, because that wasn't the problem. But it doesn't change the fact that the Guardian takedown was made less of a challenge because people complained about player power going down in proportion to enemy HP. GTD getting nerfed still hurts me so much, especially because it didn't change anything. Like, the people who complained about it still complain about it today because their issue is not the enemies having HP, it was their level of preparation going in and their willingness to conform to mechanics. GTD is the only section in the entirety of Borderlands 3 that asks you to do specific things to succeed. That's not something Borderlands players are used to. So in terms of weapons here, obviously we have the free radical being a shout. Is there anything we can use to be more interesting? Part of me wants to be absolutely crazy here, and do what Beef was talking about, and URAD driver stuff. I feel like I can play pseudo MAM 11 with MAM 10 on TVHM. I don't know what that means. MAM 11 and MAM 10 have no differences outside of the modifiers, and Mayhem overwrites the changes from TVHM. TVHM does literally nothing if you have Mayhem enabled, except for Vault Card XP. I feel about Destiny 2 players having to spend another $30 on a DLC to their free-to-play game to stay relevant. I think it's a questionable content model, and I point to things like that when people say that Borderlands should be more like Destiny in terms of its content distribution. I'm like, absolutely not. A, you guys hate every other expansion that comes out. B, you're still forced to buy it anyway. Like, just doesn't seem like a good idea. And also the concept of losing access to paid content in a game still being actively maintained, in a game at all really, but in a game still actively being supported is pretty fucking weird to me. I get the necessity once your game gets to a certain size, but I still don't have to like it. It's because it's still technically free to play. It still has microtransactions. That's the only way free to play games can truly exist. Now, microtransaction is a taboo word. Stone Swan was talking about this a while ago on his stream. We had a really good conversation on it. Microtransaction's a taboo word, but they're not inherently bad. For example, if cosmetic-only microtransactions were put into Borderlands 3, like not loot boxes, just like a lot of people forget that BL2 had a ton of like $2 skins. Character skin, $2. Do I think a character skin is worth $2? No, but for people who are like super fans, a lot of people bought those. And most everyone owns them now because they're in bundles. But if they put those in as standard for like Borderlands games going forward, at that price point, and that money was able to be put back into the game to fund like more content, like more takedowns, more DLCs, stuff like that, then isn't that a good thing? They were, though. You had full model replacements for characters. Yeah, but the thing with those, Amber, is those are $10 per. $10 for a cosmetic is approaching the territory. That's the realm where free-to-play MMOs hang out. Yeah, look at this new outfit we sell for $40. Like, Pay 60 to 70 and then have game alter and microtransactions is the problem. Yeah, yeah. As soon as it has an actual effect on gameplay, that's when it starts getting muddy. Like, the flavors of microtransactions that give you gameplay advantages, the loot box flavor, those I don't care for. But if it's something pretty benign, like cosmetics, say what you will about Fortnite, but there's a reason why Fortnite makes so much money and is generally seen as, somewhat less predatory. Like, at the same time. Hey, Ducky Dino, thank you for converting from a Prime to a T1. I really appreciate that. That helps me out quite a lot. Thank you for your continued support. Sorry for the slow-paced nature of the gameplay today. I'm doing a lot of thinking as I'm chatting. Also, Destiny 2 is not free to play at launch. Yes. And that begs the question, doesn't that mean that having the option to have, like, albeit a very bare-bones experience free to play, isn't that better than when you still had the whole, hey, we're just gonna take your content away?
Woo! Hope you are doing well, Quag.
From this $60 game. Like, I guess it's technically better. We take your content away in a $0 game. But I don't know. I still don't love it. Wait, it's still, you still
30 months
primed.
of being one of
Huh.
Quag's juicers. I'm waiting for the day where I can meet Quag and he can juice all over me, making me moister than a Zane mane going fast. The day Quag juices all over my face and body will be the day my life goals are completed. MRRABB1 Gasm love ya Quag.
Thank you for the message, Rabbit. Why is that Prime Gaming? I don't know. It said Ducky Dino subscribed with Prime Gaming as well, and they just converted from a Prime to a T1. So I don't know. It might be a bug. I have no idea. But Ducky Dino, thank you for the 21. Rabbit, thank you for the 30. I appreciate it. Destiny 2 free-to-play part is like a demo, guys. Destiny's not a free-to-play game. You can try it. You need to buy it for the full experience. Yeah, that's how most free-to-play games work, Pericles. Like, mobile games are more in the territory of, yeah, you can access everything. It's just paying and removes the ads, stuff like that. But MMOs that style themselves as free-to-play, they have the same thing, where you can technically do a bunch of the game, but there's severely large chunks just missing. Like I played Star Wars The Old Republic for many years, and raids require either being a subscriber or purchasing a weekly pass that allows you to go into raids. Having more than 2 hotbars, you need to be a subscriber. You have a limit on how much money you can hold of in-game currency, and if you're not a subscriber. Like, it's technically free to play, but there's a bunch of shit you just can't do. Hated that. I still think about playing that game often, PUBG. It's one of those just, it never really relinquished its hold over me. And unlike Black Desert, I didn't make it so I couldn't go back. I didn't nuke my account and then allow it to expire completely with the server migration. My SWTOR stuff still exists. Did it when I played, but it was annoying. Couldn't access certain inventory storage and things. Couldn't properly use your ship, friend's ship. I still loved it. Yeah, it's intentionally clunky to the point where they try to bully you into spending money on the game. Like, they get you to like the core features of the game, then they're like, yeah, but you can't have that unless you pay. Which is why the free-to-play model is generally just kind of a trap. And I think that's indicative of why people like the idea of free-to-play multiplayer stuff nowadays. Like, Halo Infinite multiplayer being free-to-play was seen as great until Halo Infinite ran itself into the fucking ground. Being one example. EVE is the only game I found which is truly free-to-play, since yes, there's a platinum thing you can buy with enough in-game currency. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, just want to find a good MMO to get into, to be fair. Would happily pay for a Final Fantasy XIV sub, but I have no one to play with. But yeah, that's the thing with those monthly sub-based games. Like, if you're in a community that's very involved and the game has enough content, yeah, you can just keep paying for that forever. Like, I was subbed to SWTOR for, like, 7 years. But then, you know, I stopped playing, and I stopped interacting with the people who I was playing with. So, like, even if I was to go back and play for, like, a couple days, I'd be hard-pressed to want a sub. That's why I stick to single player. Understandable. RuneScape also has a system for paying for a subscription with in-game currency. Several offer that, yeah. Not that some don't shove the predatory practices anyway. Big EA moment on that. Huh, Jaybridge. Guess how many games... I don't know the actual number, but I can think of at least two. How many games primarily structured around their single-player experience still managed to fit in predatory loot boxes that were published by EA in just 2012. Dead Space 3 and Mass Effect 3 were both that year. They were within a month of each other as well. Remember when EA said single-player games are dying? Yeah, EA, the publisher of Jedi Fallen Order, claiming that single-player games are dying. That was a moment. EA, the publisher of Mass Effect, claiming that single-player games are dying. EA, the publisher of... like... what? I really hope they fired whoever tweeted that. They fully 180'd on that statement. Yeah, it was someone shitposting. Only one that's actually died is Anthem. That Eric Andre meme of Eric shooting Hannibal Buress. Oh, that's one of my favorite meme formats. But it's EA, yep. Poor Anthem, such potential. The devs also wanted to fix Anthem, but EA was like, no. So I feel for the team who was working on that. I never played the game myself, but on behalf of any fandom that just gets denied their shit being fixed, I do feel some sadness. Could have been No Man's Sky, yeah. Alright, let's see, free radical. Just a half. It'd be silly not to have it. And there's one roll down than I want damage-wise, but that's fine for now. I probably want From Rest in the Tree instead. For me, Anthem just needed content. Game was good, but so short. A lot of games have that problem. Play the open beta of that game, and it'll stand by it being one of, if not my favorite movement systems in game in terms of like mechanics and feeling. I've never played. Still say I put around 400 hours on Anthem, completing all the content which was there. Super fun for what it was, but I died too quickly to continue. That's sad. Some Japanese games go microtransaction heavy too. Any Dynasty Warriors enjoyers know what I'm talking about. A lot of Korean games do that as well. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, like, Western games do it too, so I don't know if there's actually a pattern there. I should grab some light speeds for this as well. I'll hold off on that. Not so much pattern, just that it's not just an EA Ubisoft ActiveBliz thing. Right. Firefall was my all-time favorite MMO. Super fun, devs super active with the community. Main reason the game died is because the Chinese company bought the dev company within a week of buying it and made everything it paid wouldn't require a $25.99 monthly sub to literally do any content. That's unfortunate. Mad about Genshin using the Amber name as the free introductory character. Mad disrespect. Okay. So trying out this. This is a rather unfocused assortment of things going on. Let's take it to Malwa. Or for enemy is like a gray area with this kind of stuff. Gray area might be a good place to dwell, honestly. Could just be my 3,000 hours free-to-play viewpoint in the game. I think that's a valid viewpoint. If you get to that kind of hour count on free-to-play, either you're in the minority of incredibly dedicated players, or the model is successful. Whenever my name gets disrespected in media, I find it hilarious. It's maybe just self-loathing showing. Yeah, it's hard to commit to using the sticky and mobbing. Save it for boss. I didn't have ASCs, that's why. Did I turn my GR back on? I forget sometimes. Oh yeah, this is roguelite. Whoopsie. That's fine. I don't mind going back to the beginning here. Another groundbreaker silly, but it makes some damn satisfying kills. It really does. I'm glad it's still around in the Echo Hope for Wonderlands. Me too. It's a cool effect. This is a little awkward. I think maybe I just play like a regular gun Amara. Until a juicy pack of enemies. Maybe going less radius would actually be good here. It'd be a little safer to use. Like, I could go grenade damage on the driver. Hey, newbie. How you doing? So I kind of want to try that. Let's do 3 mindfulness, 2 clarity. Grenade damage. So we got action skill cooldown, grenade damage. What should that third one even be? I guess splash helps out the grenade and the action skill and the radical partially. Yeah, I guess splash. Alright. Even though we have a lot of that already. Once this feels good, I do want to start tweaking this even more. Like, I still want to try out E-Red. I'd like to try out other grenades as well. Time for work. See you sometime during the week. Sounds good, Rabbit. See you later. Back, what do I miss? Not too much. Just messing around with build stuff. Talking about games and the nature of monetization models in games. Fun stuff. Just one farm ludograms efficiently and not one per map reload. You don't. That's the fun part. You don't. The neat part, I guess. Meme failure. Also, it's not worth doing to begin with, because the rewards aren't worth it. Like, the whole lootogram thing is there as a Destiny reference to make fun of that loot model. Do I think Borderlands devs have a leg to stand on making fun of loot distribution models? No. But it's, like, comically inefficient. There's some unique loot from him. Nothing that you can't get through other ways, which is what I want. There's an enemy in Slaughter Shaft, round 5, Titan, that not only drops the Butcher, Titan drops the Butcher, right? But also drops a bunch of Iridium. And, this is one of those moments where I can't remember if my, my drop source knowledge is from pre-reshuffle or not. But also in Slaughter Shaft, you just get a lot of guns from world drops. Butcher being one of those things in that. Cool. What is Slaughter Shaft? Slaughter Shaft's one of the awesome activities in this game. I can go there for you right now. So, if you go to Pandora, the entrance is from Conrad's Hold. You walk past it in the story when you're going to Tannis' lab. But there's 3 circles of slaughter in this game. Slaughter Shaft, Slaughter Star, and Cistern of Slaughter. I'm correct about Titan? Cool. Yeah, so farming Slaughter Shaft, including Titan, is an infinitely better way of getting the Butcher. And you also get other stuff in the process. It's more efficient, it's more rewarding, and you progress towards other goals. Worse rates above M4? That's fine. Because the M4 drop that gets added is the Eruption, which is simply another good gun. This place right here, see, I already have 2 legendary drops. I have nothing increasing my drop rates. There's several things you can use to increase your world drops. You can get the booster from the Borderlands Science Machine in Tannis' lab, the Butt Stallion Milk. That is a true drop rate increase. It's not like the luck stat, it just makes you get more legendaries. And also the Schluter artifact from DLC 6 if you have that. And wear that while farming this. This is where you get the most world drops in the entire game. And it is weighted towards guns. Trying to make ravioli right now, it'd be like those Virgil status videos you find ever on YouTube. How you doing, Lillian? I'm now thinking of Virgil memes. Good headspace to be in. Virgil memes are good. It's like Fink's Slaughterhouse. Except actually repeatable. Slaughters in BL3 are infinitely repeatable, whereas with BL2, you couldn't do that without save editing. I'm in BL3W. Also more rewarding in the loot department. I should continue DMC5. DMC5, great game. I still need to finish my my legendary Dark Knight playthrough. I forgore. Wagon Wheel underappreciated. It's... The gun's not fantastic. It's just kind of fine. It's not good. It's not awful. It's kind of fine. Should be using fire infusion here, honestly, but... Oopsie, barreled myself. It's overshadowed how many good pistols there are. It's a fine gun. I temper that a little bit. It's one of many Jacobs pistols that does not have anything noteworthy about it. You can do some wonky multi-target stuff with it, but remember how many guns there are that do that, and then remember that all the other ones actually have good base damage. I know people like Jacobs, and Jacobs feels good, and Jacobs is satisfying, but let's not confuse that with Jacobs guns being good. Okay, roguelite is actually going to be a problem here. Too much self-damage. One gun I hate's the boomerang one from PDR. Gunnerang? What is that? No, not the face would probably be okay here. Self-damage quite a lot with it. There's a lot of stuff you can self-damage with. And that's a good thing. Because things having self-damage, in most cases, is a consequence to balance out its strength. Things that are strong without trade-off tend to be a little more boring. There's a little bit more boring. Looking for more than okay boomer, not the face, and like acceptable stuff in the middle. I could just change it, save editing, but I genuinely don't feel like it. Really can't get over self-damage. The Inductate mod does not protect you from all types of self-damage. And also builds bad habits. Because if you tell someone who doesn't like self-damage that Zane's their solution, then Zane is the only thing they can ever feel comfortable using. you know? I feel like addressing the core problem, the perception of self-damage, is a better solution. Get back to what I said earlier. Warframe never felt predatory and doesn't try to push its microtransactions onto you. Definitely a grind if you're like me and try to do everything free to play, which, to be fair, the about 2K hours I played Warframe basically is my dominant game. Got pretty much everything I want to do done. Hey, that's a good model then. I like it. Chain gang. Minesweeper shotgun user, so I live for self damage. Yeah, there do be some self damage in that combo. You know, I'm a regular fish slap user, so comes with the territory. Also, I play mostly max splash radius builds in Borderlands 3, so, you know, barrels. Okay, come on. There's gotta be a seed. There's gotta be one located, not a terrible location. Can't speak. It's already killing my brain cells. Think about sales on buying the premium currency as login bonuses every now and then, up to minus 75%, which, to be fair, the price on said premium currency is really high to begin with, so more just makes it reasonable. Overpricing and then putting a sale tag on it. Old, reliable. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for the tier 2 for 12 months. That is almost a whole year. Thank you. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
That's almost a whole year, Quag cursed.
You let me know when it gets to a year, okay? Killing them softly. Whatever, fine. If you use fish enough, you might start panicking every time you hear the fish sound effects behind you. Real. I haven't spent money for Warframe besides Henogen, which is community-made skins, and pretty much finished with the game Legendary Rank 1. I don't know what half of that means, but I understood the haven't spent money bit. Yeah, not having some sort of fire damage makes the anointed a little awkward. Why did I unequip my pestilence? I had no reason to do that. It can just be a second wind thing. Give me that back. Cool. It's already broken now, though. This is a testing stream. Dying's required. Where the modifier reroll tool? Yeah. Just me working harder to work less hard. Legendary ranks like OP levels? Gotcha. The puddles in Slaughter Shaft are something that I've always felt like I could take advantage of for speedrunning purposes. You can use them to self-damage through various means. I've just never actually bothered to use it practically, other than a couple Revolt or Shield breaks. Hip-Hop Goated? Real. Radiation Element BO3 are just an AoE, DOA. I'm asking because I don't see enemies that will explicitly resist nor be vulnerable to it. There's enemies that have rad resist. Radiation is slightly positive against shields. It's neutral against flesh, but it's massively negative against armor. It's tied with fire for being the worst versus armor. And the thing with radiation element guns is that the majority, there are exceptions to this, Malawan being the most notable one, but radiation weapons have the lowest base damage. So this puts rad in a spot where it's basically best as a supplementary element. But there are cases where it's good as a primary one. The elemental matchup issue, for example, is solved by Amara's Purple Tree Capstone. And until Butter takes the record back, I do have the world record for Amara True Guardian takedown using a build that focuses on that radiation stuff. So, from that perspective, you could make an argument for radiation being, like, real good. Oh yeah, not the face. You get it back yet, Butter? I know you're close. Nope, because I have work. Understandable. Shouldn't take too many runs. You're like 10 seconds off, right? On the newest setup. I should have shut my mouth for a little bit. No. Like, I like these advancements being made because it means that everybody pushes times down. Like, I don't want to hoard all the records. I like going for them. I like having as many as I can. But I also like earning them, and I like seeing other people push categories. I don't believe that strats should be hoarded like that. That's just cringe shit. Be petty, damn it. The hard part about Driver is the self-dot screen flinch. Also the sound. You do get tired of the crunch, 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 crunch eventually. You know, an extra few days to the record would be cool. Yeah. And it's okay. I am kind of sad that I got knocked down from second place on the Moe's board before I could even submit the second place run. But, is what it is. Ultimately, with a lot of the categories I run, I'm just happy to be on the board with unconventional strats. Like, I'll pull up the time trials board real quick to show you what I mean. Hang on. Let me This one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so, like, if we look at the Proving Grounds board, you see some frequent appearances. You know, Lucky 7 has a lot of presence. On the Zane board, Hustler Racer stuff has a lot of presence. But I like that I'm on the Zane board with Remote Ranger. You know, the Sparkplug / Hot Drop and Pet setup. I like that I'm still on the board for Cunning, which is a very competitive category, with something that is decidedly off meta. I liked it for Guardian Takedown. You know, top spot is the only instance of Pestilence on the entire board. That's cool to me. So it's not always about having, you know, #1 in everything, but just showing what certain things are capable of. Because let's look at a category where everyone's using the same thing. Just look at the flak column for the Raids Arenas board. Ready? Stinger, Fish Lap, Static Charge. Stinger, Fish Lap, Static Charge. All 4 slots for True Guardian, Scaled Guardian, True Malawan, Scaled Malawan, Hemo. You have to go all the way down to Slaughter Shaft. So beat my most time? Yeah. Yeah, super did. You have to go all the way down to Slaughter Shaft. And it still has some presence there. Still has some presence in Slaughter Star. Gets beat out on Cistern because the fish is too unsafe. Then you go to Woden. It's back to being optimal. You go to Scourge. It's back to being the only thing. Like, some categories do end up just being one thing. Slaughter Shaft on Moe's, mostly Lucky 7. Zane True Guardian Takedown is entirely Hustler Racer with a Creamer. Zane True Malawan, almost entirely that. It happens. Get out, Lucky 7. See, now Moe's True Guardian is at a point where I truly don't think anything is competing except for Lucky 7. At least for first. I think other things can reasonably enter into the 2nd place slot at this point. But with categories, you do eventually reach a point where only 1 or 2 things are gonna be able to hang. Like, nothing on Flak that isn't some sort of Nova Shield with grenade setup is gonna compete for either of the takedowns. In theory, a godly enough Lucky 7 player could maybe hang on Malawan, but I don't see it happening on Guardian. Star Anarchy is universal constant. I definitely need projector for grenades to do anything with real value here. Means I want more cooldown. Well, I know something we could do. Alright, hear me out here, chat. URAD driver with an all-in. Cooldown. Let that sink in. No, it didn't take its shoes off. What was that? URAD driver with an all-in. For a gun action skill grenade hybrid setup. Sounds fun, not sure how competitive that'll be. It's not always about being competitive. Yeah, let's mess around with that. Would that mean deathless? Yeah. I don't see a use in URAD if you're giving up Revolter. Pre-DLC 6 days. Pre-DLC 5 days, even. You know, back when we were doing URAD action skill stuff. I had a gun action skill hybrid that, if, at the very least, was true Malawan efficient. It was just ran around shooting like Bloodstar Beast and whatnot, and hitting URAD reverb, and it was still killing. URAD Revolter is South with driver? Yeah. Not gonna do Revolter because of the driver. That pre-URAD nerf? Yeah. This is pre-URAD nerf. But it was also pre-Purple Tree. And pre-72. So we have more skill points and more options. And also it was pre-GA, so. I want to try it out. Guess you want to stick with cast as an option. Phase Slam would be risky. That's a lot of pre's. There's a joke there. I'm just not mentally present enough to make it. Chat, run with it. And as opposed to grass? I'll go with Anointwise here. I guess that does just become ASCs in both slots. Can't think of anything that much more desirable. How much is the cooldown one? That's just 50, right? So I wasn't active with this game in time before GA sounds mythical. It's not as different as a lot of people would have you believe. Like, non-gun builds were still as dominant as they are now. Grenade builds, action skill builds, Shield Nova builds, they were all still doing the thing well before GA was on the scene. So people who tell you that GA broke the balance of the game, they are projecting. Hey Zan, how you doing? GA just made stuff easier to play. Right. There's very few things that weren't, like, problematic before GA that became problematic after GA. I'd go as far to say that I literally can't think of anything that really changed tiers to that problematic level because of GA. Now, there's things that weren't really viable that became viable because of GA, which is the main value. Like, using Sentinel as a primary damage dealer was really uphill. Doing grenade focus on Zane was really uphill. Those are things that benefited significantly. Amara's Terror Skulls Anoint, viable because of GA. Very fun playstyle. If my action skill's corrosive, I'll have that from that. Go ASE fire, because that'll do less damage to my shields. Yeah, I think that's appropriate. My stomach is gurgling today. Common Terror W. Terror is so good. Absolutely love me some Terror. Slam artifacts competing with top tier builds. Yeah, but they were already doing that. Well, at least Sparkplug already was, Butter. Sparkplug was fully capable of that because Unforgiven was already a thing. Do we go Atom Bomb on this thing? No, we gotta go Projector. We got to do the Projector. I guess I'll do away with some movement speed. I happen to have Erad GA on me, I don't. So I need Erad for each of these things. What other guns could I use that would be fun here? Bloodstar Beast. Breath of the Dying would be haha funny. But ASE 50s would still kills. Thonking. Haven't used an OPQ system on Amara in forever. I don't feel like blowing myself up that much though. Spug, yeah, Hot Drop, which is weird seeing that skyrocket. Ice Spiker had utility use at the time. Hot Drop really didn't. Soul Render. I like Soul Render here. Yeah. Let's search the old max damage doc. Grab a Soul Render. Kaisen works here too. Pew pew. I don't love the no pew pew here because we're going to be switching weapons to the GA often enough, and switching back and forth between COV things is a chore, even with Amara swap speed. Like, the reason why it works fine with the Pestilence setup is because I'm only switching to reload, and it just does the reload right away. instead of the starter animation. If you're pulling it out to shoot, then like you have an animation for you can do it no matter what you do. A cat. It's a cat. What's my capacity with this? Oh, 70k even? That's so satisfying to look at. Hang on. That is unbelievably satisfying. Just got back. What are you looking for in the weapon? Urad Amara friendly. Indiscriminates. Not COV. Not one less, Quagmad. Thinking. What was the other thing I needed? There's something else I was gonna... myself. Oh, was it a different driver? Cat, don't bite that. That is definitely not something for you to touch, much less bite. Oh yeah, you're at GA. You're at Pestilence. You're at Kickcharger. Okay. There's a GA. There's the Pestilence. I won't bother with the Kickcharger right now. Recursion, only half joking. Just got off work. Hey Viper, how you doing? How's work? Should be acceptable for right now. So let's go over to Malawan and then I'll respec once we're there. How's Amara stuff going? It's going well. We messed around a bit with figuring out the level investment you need to get triple stickies to just one-shot things on a driver build, and we got a skill tree that works as just a driver gun build. That if you just take out a Guardian Angel and throw a triple sticky, it does enough damage to... It does a Traunt worth of damage. A Traunt. We can use the measurement. God, the Traunt metric. Hey, Moonbase Tom, how you doing? Hey, measuring in Traunts is fun, because invading Manticores and True Guardian Takedown are about a Traunt. It's a good unit. Grave Ward is, what, 6 Traunts? 5 Traunts? Less? Emo is like 5.5, call it 6, yeah. Emo is like 19 Traunts. How many Traunts is True Hag? True Hag of Fervor. Oh it's a 70k total. Pain. Might not need those heavy rain points anymore, but we'll see. Not having expedite is certainly a choice. Stick to my guns. Current True Hag or pre-nerf True Hag? Current. Why have we still not had a mod that makes every enemy in MTDA a Traunt? I don't know. Measuring in Traunts is both fun and a good unit of measurement. That is a good question, though. Max Catharsis because sustainment doesn't help. I guess Forceful isn't, like, a great play here. It's not better than Expedite. Yeah, let me... I like the idea of helping hands here, but honestly, maybe Arm Steel is still the play. I respec a lot, don't mind me. Would love to Traunt Family DLC. Eh. I think there's only so many times you can use a thing before it gets played out. We got 3 Traunts. I feel like they quit while they're ahead on that. That's just my personal take. What was the 3rd Traunt? Haunt, which is technically the 1st Traunt again, but... We got the Singleton Catharsis point. Hey, no, we're still at 70k. Cool. Forgot that wasn't Thin Red Line stuff. If the next Traunt was called Quant, Quag would be singing an entirely different tune. Maybe. Oh, bullet reflection. I was like, what in the world? I forgot to break my pestilence. No, that was just a Soul Rider still hitting me. I understand now. Oops. I forgot to put it away. Did it again. I'm gonna make sure to put that shit away immediately after I get up. Okay. Let's run that again. Workday's nuts. I can look down and watch TBJ dominating BO3. It makes me smile. I'm glad, Foster. Put together a Warframe build whose damage output scaling is quadratic as fuck. That's cool. Nullhounds but cats. Yeah, that'd be a good Tron. One of them just has insane knockback, and the other one has the worst audio design you've ever heard. Guess which one's which? I should grab that Kaesin. Hang on. Do I want a ×2? For more indiscriminate? YM10 is it for grenades? Yeah, for more than okay boomer. I'll go with ×1. Corrosive. Unhealthy rad damage. Thank you, default shift player. Very cool. Default shift player is my best friend. They leave mines that are very poorly concealed. I like it. Wag aim. This is not the face getting me. I forgot that I have that on. Oh, I can just grenade these guys. Hang on. Duh. Duh. Said duh. Default CZ player. Quag game isn't just for guns. Listen. Hey Bazooka dude, how you doing? something with more punch there. No. Unless. No. Unless. I'm just gonna do it. Only triple stickies played with on Amara. Do the usual suspects also work well? Mr. Sean has extensively tested light speed and fastball, and they work well on Amara. Particularly when you're doing dot stuff, so those are options here. Hunter Seeker's Hunter Seeker, so of course that's gonna work here. Hex is gonna work here. Whispering Ice would probably work if I, like, could actually stick an enemy without yeeting myself. Crazy idea. What if we just shot the GA? Every build eventually becomes shoot the GA. I mean, the Hellshock Beacon, Free Radical, any of them better than the other, just one of them out their own advantages. Free Radical just out damages the others in basically every scenario. But, like, there's minor use cases. Like, Hellshock is completely safe, for example. It doesn't kill you. It's not splash. Beacon's most interesting. Beacon's got a fun reload Nova. It's also element flexible. Beacon can be any two elements. I really like using a beacon on Moze. Because you can get Harmonious Havoc to benefit an element you're not, like, stacking. Like, you can go all cryo guns, and as long as your primary on the beacon is cryo, you can just switch to secondary shock and still have all your gun damage. Which gives you some good flexibility. So, well, how squishy you are? Yeah. Like, I could do some fun stuff here and get even more damage. Like, I really want burn both ends. Actually, wait, okay, hang on. Hear me out, skill tree wise. If I get burn both ends, I could just, like, not run projector. And then I could run atom bomb for even bigger rat explosions. Because 5 burn both ends is like, I don't know, 60% of projector's bonus, but also applies to non-Ellie. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I forgot what I had in that slot. I don't know why. My brain was like, yeah, hit 2 to switch to your EMP5. It's not an EMP5. Good luck surviving. That's the fun part. We're not gonna. Ooh, I could go last stand. I could go last stand on the artifact. Ooh. Last stand D. I'm calling it that now. We gotta have incorrect names for all of the artifact prefixes. We've got Splug, we've got Thought Drop, we've got Safe Goward, which is the actual name it says, but still funny here. Got Last Stand D. Fond of Complandernoid? Captain Planetoid? Oh, Commander Planetoid? Complandernoid. It's so hard to read. My brain was like, you're reading this incorrectly, but I wasn't. So I like it. It fits. We've got Phase Ice Spiker. Okay. How about for mind melts? Because the only thing it melts is your mind. So it's appropriately named, but like, it does negative fucking damage. Mind melt upsets me because it could be so cool. Like, melt mind. The slam artifacts, you've got Sparkplug is goated, Hot Drop is really good, Ice Spiker can be good. And then Toxic Revenger is shit, and Mind Melt is omega shit. Brain Smoother. Let's go with this. Gone. Fission Amara uses Mind Melt, so it's goated. I don't know what you're talking about. Sir. I'm gonna need you to put your Kaikona away. This instant. That is an unregistered Kaikona. If I have not the face, then I guess I don't need Transcend, huh? I'm gonna take it anyway. my country, they don't K-Kona inspections. Wait, no, what am I doing? What am I doing? Need burn both ends. Let me get the driver essentials first. Okay, so we got that. Here's another question. How do I get down to that tier effectively? Wasted points. Okay, 11 points left. Max Anima. I guess Dread was never doing anything because I wasn't using Grasp, but it was good to have there for in case I ever clicked Grasp. I'm getting Atman is good damage here. I'm intentionally avoiding Body and Mind just because I don't want to make another Body and Mind build. I love Free the Soul, but not right now. Not able to get Indiscriminate. So that does give some value to guns that have innate multi-target. I doubt I'm doing any meaningful damage with a Rebound on this setup. And it's COV though. So like... Unironic Reflux? Stomach, what was that? Honestly, want to put the Wildfire point here. So I'll do it. Steady hands. I don't need my hands to be steady. I want them to be unsteady. Mods. And a Mega Buff Mind Melt to be the best thing in the game. Based. Holy shit, Stomach. You guys can hear that, right? Been thinking of adding slide speed to all the other slide-based artifact parts. Kind of weird that Snowdrift's the only one that has it. Oh, that's so much damage. BBE really be like, hey, die. on, down me. Thank you. So far, the vibe to this is, why am I not wearing a red suit? But it's fun. Let's run that again. Chill science streams are cool. Nobody shows the process. Or at least, you know, not as many people as I'd like. Builds don't come out of nowhere. This kind of stuff I often do off stream when I'm playing BL3. Figured this would be better than no stream today. I don't have any records I feel like pushing today. Listen. Frontal splash immunity. Show you a frontal splash. Stone's 33 pants grab. R.I.P. I really wonder how crazy we can make the cooldown here. That's actually the next thought. Like, killing with body and mind and body, mind, and pestilence obviously gets expedite going here. But like, if we just stacked an unreasonable amount of cooldown rate, how funny could this get? I'd love a purely non-gun build that doesn't have to body and mind. And that also doesn't have to do weird filler. That'd be cool. Golden rule approach without the golden rule? Yes. Because how else are we gonna self-dot? Don't say apply a self-dot through other means. That's cheating. I may have forgotten Golden Rule existed. This is the real answer. You and most of the rest of us. Okay. Ouch. Remnant hit the... That wasn't... Remnant, that wasn't... Remnant, that wasn't the thing. golden rules used phaser. I'm fine being the sole owner of the comp. How do we self-dot? Golden rule. Do we run an extremely low-level pestilence? Or do we just run an, like, an alchemist? Sellout? I don't like sellout. I'm weird. Like, a big thing that annoys me about sellout is, you can't apply it to yourself when you have unstable footing. So, like, if you're sliding, it's very hard to land any shots that will actually hit you. If you're in the air, you can't sell out yourself. Best in slot 3 projectiles, extremely high dot chance. Yeah, I know. It's optimal. It's not a sellout. Guess who forgot which keybind is the MP5 again. Okay, so golden rule, all in. Oh, that's why I'm dying. I forgot to switch to the last stand. Should also see how the damage output is with BB instead of projector. Making a build of mine with that approach, so let's figure something else out. Yeah, I know you've had success with golden rules, all that stuff. An idea for class mod skills got for us. Managed to get a thing I wanted to buy before the scalpers did. Very excited. Let's go. Big W. Okay, damage is there. I want more cooldown. How's the radinating going? It's going. It's going. Wonder if I could get away with having nade damage there too instead of splash. I want to say I can because I already have arm steel and heavy rain. That does seem like the intelligent play. Golden Rule probably is optimal here. What, 3 mindfulness, 2 laid bear? I would at least try it. We're gonna try it. And I'm gonna try out creative self-damage options. I'm doubling down. Wait, wrong DLC 1 shield. DLC 1 shields go so hard. Can we talk about that? Like, consistent bangers. Rico, Ember's Blaze, All In, Double Down. They're all heat. Lose the helping hands from here. So do I need the mindfulness investment? I could pull that. Where would those points go? And I guess I could get to clear the mind that way. Ooh, if I pull... I can get to indiscriminate. If I pull mindfulness. Yeah, DLC 1 class mod? Yeah. What's Moses DLC 1 com? Remember the rest? Green Monster. DLC 1 gear in general is just a W. Very few things in DLC 1 aren't, like, good. Like, even cheap tips, is like, you can force it to do a little bit. I'm trying to think of bad DLC 1 gear. Auto aim is overhated. It's not good, but it's a higher tier than, like, the bottom of the trash. I can't think of bad DLC 1 gear. Best gun in the game comes with DLC 1. Well, Lucky 7? Yeah. Or Smooth Tube. I don't know which one you meant. This gun. This fucking gun. So Smooth Tube. Is your tube smooth? Asking for a friend. Yeah. Want Digby's Smooth Tube IRL. Let's try that, and I'm also gonna try a very low level Pestilence. I don't know what the min level on it is though, because by the time you get there, you're what level? About like 20 probably. I'll put it to 20. See what happens. Now, there's a very solid chance it still completely obliterates me and my entire bloodline. That's why we test. I already have a golden rule in this save. I didn't even notice. It was in my inventory and I forgot it existed. Yeah, that's about on par for me. Toboggan's a fun pick here because the damage reduction from the bubble. But we're getting into meme tech with that. Middle class mods came with 2 additional points guaranteed to a skill assigned to that class mod on top of the 5 it rolls. And its standard 3 skills, like even on non-unique comps, there's a bit more variance between the class mods. Happen to roll the same skill, and also grants them the static baseline effects ever from RNG. Oh, so you're basically talking giving every class mod another unique effect, basically. It's like, hey, every single phase Zerker just has 2 points in anima before the skill roll thing. Every brawler class mod has 2 points in Samsara. Like every one of these, aside from those 3 skills there, it's like 2 to this thing always every single time. I think that'd be interesting to differentiate some of the comms. It's predetermined? Yeah, predetermined. Where's the level 1? Okay, let's see if this, It's still half my shields. Fucking level 20 Pestilence. Ugh. And that's without BBE and stuff active. Death. Okay, so I need a way to self-dot here. Yeah, sellout is looking like necessary. What's the minimum level for a sellout? 26? Or am I... No, that's artifact. Unanointed is 8. Cool. So level 8. Suppose I should go for different parts on this. Grip 1 for shorter charge. Hammer 4 for status chance. Anointed 10? Cool. Thank you. Go on anointed for now. That's still... Hang on. Let me check that again. Okay. Yeah, I took a hit from an enemy at the same time. Like, there's no way that did as much damage as I thought it did. Oh, jeez. That's using friends solo low, so I would be at level 21 anointed. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Now we're in the is all in really necessary phase of this. Like, if I'm gonna do URAD with self-damage stuff, I'm gonna need a shield that sustains me a little bit better, I think. We're approaching Revolter territory again. I don't like it. Rose cooldown's insane, all on will mean nothing. Cool. Cooldown is golden rule. I used to have that memorized. Mr. Sean knows. To 8% for 6 seconds per stack, just for any damage take. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I did one too many. Need to be more patient when using Pestilence to get up. Last stand came in clutch there. Idea. Stop it. Triple sticky, corrosive, ASC fire? Yeah. Let's try that. Back to red suit gaming? Even squishier. That's funny. Hey, Boom. Grenade stuff we doing? Grenade Amara. You read constant self-damage. Grenade Amara. Living life on the edge. Maybe give this another run. I want a different gun to shoot here. But, like, my brain is telling me, yes, you go body and mind, stop being stupid. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Hey Thanos Fishy, how you doing? We're not fake melee gamers. I mean, we are, but it's okay too. That's okay too. Doing good? Glad to hear. It just might be the best. I hate it too, though. Yeah, like it's definitely the play. I just don't wanna, you know. I'll leave it alone for now. In terms of red suit here, let me look at red suit parts. I would like a little more capacity. I always forget what augments this thing can get. And how each one affects the actual capacity. None of these really help me at all, to be honest. I guess Nova. I dropped my double Nova one, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, Nova's got more capacity. Alright. Double Nova red suit with... I still got ASC Ride? No, I should go something other than red. Corrosive? Yeah, because if I'm shooting the fire cell out, I should have different bonus LEs here. ASE Shock, and I gotta have one infusion. Shoot the corrosive one, AC Fire, AC Shock on the red suit. Yeah. 1 point infusion for more dot cooldown. Another instance. Yeah, we'll go do that. We'll change the spec. If I'm doing, Pestilence, though, I should still put 1 point there. Just to have it. I don't know if I need those points, but I'll come back to it. Be better reducing driver dot damage, 4 to 5 clarity, or 2 to 5 clarity, 2 to 5 helping hands. The infusion points is body and mind too. It does. I hate it. It depends on how often you find yourself taking your dots when your shields are down, Butter. I've had clarity help save me. Hey, Decided, how you doing? I didn't forget backlog. I try to do certain office things on certain days, and I've been having a time of it, but I didn't forget. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, clarity has saved me. Clarity has saved me. About questioner, no worries. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I addressed that. Clarity has saved me in between combat encounters often. I'm leaning heavily towards clarity. Also, it's more unique than the damage reduction from Helping Hands. Like, you can get damage reduction elsewhere. It's harder to get good health regen than good damage reduction. And Helping Hands isn't even the good kind of damage reduction. Why do I only do one in Tier 1 right? Oh, Infusion? This is a non-gun build. For non-gun builds, Infusion is to facilitate some interactions more than it is to actually convert your damage, and skill points are more efficiently spent elsewhere. This is a very experimental build. This is like very thrown together. So this is not a concrete thing. I'm just messing around with stuff. I don't need the charge speed though. I'm not shooting the free rad. Let me respec. It's working its way towards body and mind. I'm gonna end up taking it. But just because I take it doesn't mean I have to use it. That's the flavor of copium I'm deciding on here. Violent Tapestry? Oh yeah, it's so I get rush tax by applying the status effect. Status effect is not the focus of this build, although this build is one of the kinds that could benefit from increasing Tapestry investment. It's just increasing Violent Tapestry investment does not increase your damage. It increases your status application chance and your cryo efficiency, which can be useful on builds. It's just I'm not using cryo here, and I don't overly care about how often I apply dots because I have so many instances of damage. Literally just there as another way to farm stacks. In this build, yes. The effect is also beneficial, but for the most part, it's just there to get stacks. Like, we're here right now. I could take arm steel. Clear the Mind is right there. I could be super spicy and go Catharsis and feel better about myself. The Mind's so good. It really is. It is truly awesome. I'm using Radiation. I don't intend on using Body and Mind, but we'll see what happens. Tempest, Remainder Arm Steel. I should go Helping Hands. At least 1 point. 1 point Arm Steel is not particularly valuable. 2nd point Helping Hands would be better. 3rd point Atman, excuse me, would be better. 1 point Wildfire would be better. Atman, fuck it. Inspired an Amara build. We were talking about True Guardian takedown speedrunning and certain strategies that might become applicable to pushing it with different kinds of builds. And grenades came up. So we were toying around with different ways of getting grenade value. And then it just kind of snowballed from there, as these things often do. Go shock here. Yeah. No, I need corrosive. I need that to be corrosive. Struggle with purple-red builds, like, in terms of playing them. Purple's a lot of non-gun focused, though you can do gun stuff. It's particularly suited towards non-gun. Fun fact, you're actually the first Subworld streamer I've watched. The EchoCast thing's actually pretty neat. EchoCast is so cool, and there's a huge chunk of people who got into Twitch in 2020 peak COVID. Borderlands 3 was still in the middle of its content cycle, so a lot of people's first experience on the platform was with EchoCast, to the point where it's hard to go to games that don't have it, and where it's very sad that EchoCast was not exactly lovingly maintained. So it has lost a lot of functionality over the years. Like, for example, EchoCast at one point just lost the ability to properly recognize anything from DLCs 5 and 6. And that's how it works now. So, like, if you look at my skill tree in EchoCast, it won't see the purple tree. If you look at the weapon in my 3rd slot, it'll show up as some white weapon with a weird name. That's, well, yeah. EchoCast got buggier over time. It's very sad. But, in the days where it worked, it's the best thing. I'm damaging myself a little too much. It's fine. Hate you, body and mind. I forgot to break this pestilence. Okay, 1 pestilence to self-dot. Oh, and apparently blow up barrels that I'm sitting next to. Capacity on this is questionable. It's fun though. Refreshing. EchoCast shows the promised vision for the lemon. Yeah. You don't need, nor did I want it to be a true live service game, but having more network functionality a la Bungie's API for Destiny would be fantastic, and like that's what EchoCast is, shows the functionality is possible. Yeah, and it's worked. It's just, it was not maintained. Simple as that. Like, EchoCast even used to show the stuff that it no longer is able to show. It kept breaking. Stopped being fixed. It ate my resub message again. It'll come up. Well, you'll have to try again, but like, you'll get it. You'll get it. You used to show DLC stuff properly? Yes. Borderlands 3 has this long-running issue where they just patch in problems. A lot of the current problems in Borderlands 3, just they made them. Thought I had more damage. Like with the crossplay patch, they introduced a chance for... It's a little bit different in how it works for each individual action skill, but each action skill has a way of just failing to work. Some are more inconsistent than others, some have more catastrophic ways in which they fail than others. For example, Gamma Burst can break to the point where you lose the ability to use an action skill at all until you die. It's not counted as available, it's not counted as on cooldown, it's not counted as active. You just don't have any functionality tied to action skill anymore. Hey, Urban Mech, thank you for the 27 months in the Prime. That should come through. If it decides to say the thing. Very similar to my feelings about Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Summed up one said it's amazing gameplay, best in the series, do it right next time. Yeah, just, game is great when it works. But, like, you having to have that when it works thing, that's a problem. Is that an arms race mode? What do you mean? Arms race is great. Oop, that was a barrel.
Rary, Mel, Mordenkainen, Otiluk, Tasha, Tensor.
It's so satisfying. Also, good theme. Oh no, I actually lose arms race. Right. He just has to look at Moxie to unclog his cannon. Bonk. This is very awkward to manage. All the ways I'm trying to not body and mind. But I'm stubborn. There's a barrel there. Oh, there's another barrel. Once again, aiming the GA to save my life. Done that a lot the last couple days. Crunch, 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 crunch. I can't hear anything. Crunch means damage. Just go put your action skill on instant cooldown like that. I just have a lot of cooldown. I'm using the Golden Rule class mod, which gives you cooldown rate when you take damage, and I'm damaging myself a ton. I have cooldown rate passive here, cooldown rate passive here. I have max Restless and Tree. I have Ascendant and Expedite. And yeah, Avatar gives me a second charge. The Pestilence? Yeah, one is low level for self-damage to trigger stuff, and the other one is for actually killing things. Interesting build you got here, the old minimap gamer. I'm actually looking at my screen on this one. How the Mo's runs end up. I ended up beating the Iron Bear time on the board, moving up to second place. And then Super beat Butter's Lucky 7 time with another Lucky 7. So I'm back down to the same place. But I'm now, once I submit the time, third of 4 people rather than third of 3 people. I could try this versus Hemo, and that's some life-risking shit. I was wondering why the body mines are kind of weak, and that's because this is ×7. I'm saying nice. Oh, we were talking about the runs I had yesterday, the Mo's speedruns. I did manage to set a new record for Iron Bear runs for time trials. I temporarily took second place in the Mo's time trials board, or I had a time that would have taken second place, but someone else submitted a new first place time, so I'm proportionally back down to third, but I did improve on the Mo's board, so that's cool. Put up a time of 18 minutes and 18 seconds. Which is 16 seconds faster than the previous fastest Iron Bear time. You saw the perfect Krieg run. I have very little interest in Borderlands 2 content, so no. I have not. Maybe I need shield charges on this. For like long term. Perfect Krieg run, legendary awful character, and Madman takes him all the way to max OP levels without dying a single time. I mean, Krieg isn't an awful character at all, though. Maybe the playthrough experience can be rough, but Krieg is one of the most well-designed characters they've ever made in terms of overall build crafting. What makes him awful in playthrough is just, like, rough early skill point investment. That's so much damage. That is so much damage. Very cool class design, just also pretty punishing. I like that, personally. I don't like things like Zane and Salvador that just have no consequences in your gameplay. Like, they're fail-proof, and that's not interesting to me. That's just my personal taste. Definitely talking in terms of gameplay experience, right? It's not terribly designed. Yeah. More of a punishing character. Flak is a little higher of a skill curve in this game in that vein. Never actually played Zane, surprised to hear that. It is incredibly difficult to fail at anything on Zane. Because over time, they just gave Zane players more and more band-aids and ways to remove risk from their gameplay. Like, you can get self-splash immunity, you can get the strongest, tied for the strongest pet in the game, that is able to clear entire content by itself without you touching your anything. You have some of the highest cooldown rate in the game. You have some of the highest crit damage. You have the most gun damage. You have always on gun lifesteal that your clone also triggers. Zane is just very free. Grenade, what's that? Triple sticky. Urban Mech. Triple sticky. Friend the main Zane swears he's the absolute bottom of the barrel. Yeah, that is your friend projecting very hard. If you're a Borderlands 3 player without either DLC 1 or 5 or some combination of the two, that yeah, you can make the argument that Zane is the most uphill battle in terms of how to get value out of him. Because he's got some very crucial stuff in DLC 5 in particular, but 1 is the stopgap if you don't have that. Zane was one of the tougher characters on launch. Yeah. Like 80% sure this is why my friend craps on him so much. He was bad, so he is bad. So person who does not update their takes based on things changing. Or maybe they genuinely don't know. Do they still play the game and say that? Or are they using information from 3.5 years ago? Because that's how old that take is. 3.5 years ago, sure, Zane was the hardest character to play. We play this game very regularly. Okay, yeah, it hasn't been true for 3.5 years. No, that's not that long ago. I can switch to Zane real quick and talk about the... Actually, I'll just pull up Loot Lemon. Good old Loot Lemon. Always useful. Okay, so Zane trees. I am biased, always use Loot Lemon. Yeah. Okay, so Green Tree, we're just not going to talk about that for now. It's not worth talking about. Green Tree is where Zane isn't great, but there's still stuff of value in there, but Green Tree isn't good. But Blue Tree is one of the best skill trees they've ever created in the history of Borderlands. It is ideal for most purposes you could want a skill tree for. On the very first tier, you have the skill that gives the most gun damage in the entire game. Then you have a skill that gives you a massive bonus element and massive amounts of swap speed. You can simply swap weapons, shoot, and have insane amounts of damage just from Cold War. Then you have Violent Speed, which is massive amounts of movement speed. Then in the second tier, you have Salvation, which if you have Mantis Cannon plus CN Red, or the CN Dead class mod, you permanently have salvation on. 1 point in salvation is enough to make sure that if you are able to connect bullets with enemies at all, regardless of whether you're hurting them significantly, you just can't die because your healing outpaces incoming damage. Drone delivery is a fantastic skill for Sentinel utility. It allows Zane to still throw grenades without having grenades. Cool hand, reload speed, lots and lots of reload speed. See in red allows your kill skills to be active at all times. Violent violence, shitload of fire rate, playing dirty, extra projectile, which is great depending on which type of weapon. Think rocket launchers. Good misfortune lets you have infinite action skill uptime as long as you have see in red or see in dead. Death Follows Close just makes all that stuff better. Zane Blue is insane as a tree. You run the action skill from purple and the skill tree of blue, and that's just pretty much any build archetype is made better by that. Then over in the red tree, you have Digiclone, which is jointly with Auto Bear, the strongest pet in the history of Borderlands. Responsible for a lot of time trials, records. Very easy to play, just very good. But also 6 skill points in, you have self-splash immunity from most sources of splash damage. So, like, yeah. Zane is a character with permanent, always-on lifesteal that can't blow himself up, that has a pet that can play the game for him, that has more gun formula than any character not named Mose. And you can get all of the things I just listed without giving up anything of value across the trees. Because since the green tree is bad, you can just max out 2 of these trees and get most of the third with blue, red, and purple. Like, Zane is fail-proof. Gun formula, mini skills that impact gun damage. Right, skills that impact the output of your gun. Which aren't necessarily just the gun damage stat, but on the topic of the gun damage stat, Zane has the skill that gives the most gun damage in the entire game, Violent Momentum, and he's also got the skill that gives the 3rd most gun damage in the entire game, Commitment. Commitment also is one of the highest cooldown rate increasing skills of the game, and neither one of these skills are deviations. Like, the 2nd place gun damage skill is Moses' Phalanx Doctrine, but A, that requires building in a way that most optimal Mose builds just don't go that far down red tree. And B, it's a stacking skill. It's a kill skill at that, and Mose doesn't have ways of getting kill skills without killing. So Mose would have to kill 99 enemies in, like, 10 seconds to get maximum Phalanx Doctrine damage value. Whereas Zane just has to run. Say Amara has the highest melee formula. Melee damage, yes. Melee formula, no. Depending on which kind of melee we're talking about, Amara can have a claim to highest output, but, like, the sphere of melee interactions gets complicated. Difference between formula and damage. So the stat melee damage, Amara is literally the only character with melee damage in her skill tree. And she can have above 1,000% of that from skill tree. That's cool and all. But that doesn't make her do more damage with things that are melee than other characters. Like, Flak has global damage boost in skill tree. The most global damage boosts. So Flak does more damage on average with melee stuff than Amara does, despite having no melee damage in the tree. Like, if you were to put a face puncher in every character's hand, and just look at the damage the face puncher itself deals, Amara does the least. Now, Amara has interactions that happen from the face puncher that take it higher up, but yeah, if you just put a face puncher in everyone's hand and shoot it, Amara does the least. Because Amara might have the most melee damage, but she does not have many global boosts that apply to the face puncher, and then she's got the least gun damage. A mixed personality. Just curious, what does it do after finishing the campaign in BL3? You got a lot of things. 5 of the 6 DLCs have storylines that you can complete. There's the Arms Race Games mode in DLC 5, which is a side mode. It's a roguelite sort of thing. Very enjoyable. A lot of cool gear in there. You've got the 6 Proving Grounds. You've got the 3 Circles of Slaughter, the 2 Takedowns. If you own DLC 6, the Director's Cut, you have Hemovorus, which is a standalone raid boss. You have the seasonal events, Cartels and Bloody Harvest, which have their own like areas and enemies and gear and a boss at the end of each of them. Hey Don, how you doing? Since we're talking about that, let me pull up. We have a graph for some of this stuff. There's a graphs channel in my Discord. The number of BL3 graphs we've done over time. Okay, this is post White Elephant nerf, so Phalanx Doctrine's kind of shit to take. Depends on the build. For like the Lucky 7 stuff, it's doing the Vagabond stacking thing. So yeah, you grab it because it's got that. But for a lot of builds, the opportunity cost of going that deep in red is not worth because you could just get more practical, accessible damage elsewhere. Red is Moses' weakest tree. That does not make it a bad tree. For you and Joel's for having mildly similar avatars. A lot of people have the whole green avatar thing going on. So this is a graph. This is post White Elephant nerf. Of character performance with the White Elephant artifact. Now we made a few allowances here. I believe we normalized this for getting 4 or 5 White Elephant bombs from a ×7 face puncher. I think it was 5, one of each element is what we ended up doing. This calc was done 2 years ago, so forgive me if I fail to remember details. But you can see Amara is down here. More than Moe's, because we made specific restrictions for Moe's. Now, if we unrestrict Moe's, she's the most here. But with all of these calculations, we pretty much have to disallow certain things for Moe's. Flak is on top here, because Flak's got the most formula that applies to both the Face Puncher and the White Elephant, despite having no melee damage in Tree, despite having less gun damage than Zane, less gun damage than Moe's as well. Having the stat that, like, most obviously applies to a thing does not mean that you have the most damage with that thing, because nothing benefits from only one stat. Like, even action skills. Let's say you're talking about Phase Slam. Sure, action skill damage boosts Phase Slam, but so does the elemental damage of the type that you're using. So does splash damage. So do global modifiers. It's important to keep that stuff in mind. So people will say, like, Amara, always best melee. No, not always. I think Moe's the best character Lucky 7, or is it Zane? Definitely Moe's. Definitely Moe's. Zane can perform with Lucky 7, but it is more awkward on him. It's harder to sustain. He's got to make some more weird choices. Also, Zane does not have as much class mod support for Lucky 7. Like, Moe's can just be like LOL Minesweeper. Any good power level methods? If you own DLC 1, Scrap Traps. Farming the ads in the Scrap Trap Prime boss fight without killing the boss, and then exiting the arena and just standing outside, waiting a few seconds, going back in, allows you to continually reset the fight without having to do any like save quitting or anything, and you just keep killing those ads. Hey Days, how you doing? Use Minesweeper for your runs in survival, kept downing myself, lost so much time. The thing with Minesweeper and Survival is, like, you don't need that much damage there. Minesweeper is more used for, and I'm sure Super or Butter can attest to this, certain sections of the Guardian Takedown, where it's big area clear against enemies that have a lot of HP. It takes something of, like, GTD health or higher for Lucky 7 to stop, just instantly deleting everything. Like, even in Malawan, you don't need Minesweeper, things just get one shot. Alternatively, Minesweeper is used to style on enemies. That too. To break both of these. Crunch, 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 crunch. Speaking of the takedowns, can't believe how wildly different experiences 2 takedowns are. Like, I'm still pretty surprised Gearbox went in that direction. She was pretty fun for a few days. What I assume Days is referring to is, Borderlands fandom is averse enough to actual challenge that, yes, it is surprising that they gave us a mechanics-based activity with high enemy health. And then they gutted that enemy health 5 days in, when they halved all the mobs. Not the bosses, but the mobs. And then Borderlands players being Borderlands players still couldn't handle it and still complain about it to this day, because imagine learning mechanics. But GTD is great. GTD is my favorite content they've ever produced. How do you get golden keys? Codes. They put them out on social media from time to time. We got one a couple days ago, I believe. Definitely enough damage. Let's run that back. I want field charges. I can get that, right? No, I can't. Damn. Oh, that's what I got. Just kind of disappeared. Yeah. Triple stickies. I don't really like Rocketeer, but 5 extra points is good. Nice. Why wouldn't you like Rocketeer? Rocketeer gives you access to the best pet in the game, title shared with Digiclone. Also increases your big surplus uptime by forcing your cooldown to be longer. I can't believe that you just, like, put together this build. Like, this wasn't ruled over or anything. It's just casual experimental build. Takes down all the enemies, struggles with vermin like that. Well, this is the result of the efforts of a lot of people, a lot of different builds over time. Like, it wasn't known the moment the Guardian Angel came out that it's great for non-guns like this, right? Like, I didn't know before today that a Pestilence, a low-level Pestilence, would be good for self-damage like this. Like, I initially started out with running a different shield, and then I switched to red suit because I wasn't getting the results I wanted. Stone Swan suggested golden rule because I'd completely forgotten that existed. And like, making a successful build is often just pieces of other things you've tried out fitting together correctly. And triple sticky grenades are fantastic, and the core idea for today's stream was just to get some fun value out of that. Just reuse of information. Like Blastmaster and Minesweeper, haha, they're funny. I mean, you can like those and also like Rocketeer. The question was, why don't you like Rocketeer? Like, why do you dislike Rocketeer? Because I like those class mods too. The thing about Moze is she doesn't have bad class mods. She simply doesn't. All of them are useful for something. Maybe rework the skill tree a little bit. The catharsis point is now hurting me, not helping me. Or no, I forgot. I don't have catharsis anymore. What was hitting me? Oh, it must have been the ASE on the egg. Yeah. The eggs Hemo throws at you have, they get your damage formula. A little annoying sometimes. That could have been cleaner. Didn't know that casual friend complains about feeling like her class mods are pretty limited. There is not a single bad Moze class mod. All of them serve some sort of purpose. She's got the most broad, varied, and effective class mod selection of the entire franchise. Mostly force it a splash play style, unless you're okay with less damage. That's every character, Dace. That's less of a Moze thing and more of a splash is just more damage in Borderlands 3 thing. Lost Moze, Truoten again. Did Voodoo get it? Super? Think it'd be worth removing Phalanx and using Harmonious Havoc? Absolutely not. If you have Vagabond parts on your old god, Phalanx Doctrine is what's giving you your movement speed. It was Voodoo? Nice. It's just a matter of like the number of options in this game. Character sheet's incredibly deep, so when friends talk about their builds, sometimes, yeah, you're probably following like natural builds. There are always ways to break this stuff. It's a mentality thing. Like, people want to believe that they have explored everything, that they, you know, they filter things through the lens of their own experience. You have to make an active effort to be open-minded with this stuff. Be like, hey, I've not messed with this. How would you use this? Rather than being like, hey, I shot it for 3 seconds on a build with no investment, and it didn't delete the world. Must be bad. Emo, where are you? There you are. Land. First time today, he's got a 22.766. It got a 22.166. 22.1. That's crazy. That's very speedy. Exploit skag to it like 210 is cheating. Yeah, no one gives a fuck about exploits. You can do lots of things with exploiting, doesn't make it interesting. Hitboxes. Ah. Hitbox issue. I gotta test this with Last Stand, because I'm having issues surviving to put out the damage. Even without Projector, if I can just get the damage to happen. Yeah, I'll take the L there. Rifter from work after 4 hours to successfully do a driver grenade Amara. That was a dirty thing, but yeah, it's a thing that works. We're doing Golden Rule right now, Atris, for Omega cooldown. I want to see an ASMD only run. The ASMD is actually very powerful. They did a change that made it harder to use. They increased the damage, but they changed the projectile speed, so it's very awkward to use, but ASMD is strong if you use the intended effect of shooting the orb with, like, secondary fire and then detonating that with your primary fire. I believe ASMD was the first recorded thing that hit, visual damage cap in Borderlands 3. Rotor using ASMD on Flak. Let's try Last Stand. You know, any of this just pointed out because there are group memes on it. Yeah, you'd be surprised the things you can do in this game. With little support from gear and skill tree. Last Stand gives me a chance for my shield to recharge, that's nice. Emo, you wanna pod for me, please? Amara with overkill can make the orbit for a few billion. Yeah. Flak can do the same while maintaining Stackbot tech into that for 495% gun damage. It's an amount. Zane is Zane. Interestingly, playing dirty makes the ASMD's projectiles not work. Gearbox moment. a snowballing of problems there. Alright. Last stand is up. Yeah, it still works out. What's overkill? Guardian rank perk. Where is it? It's in this tree, right? Yeah, overkill. This one. Excess damage from a kill is added to your next shot. There is a formula for it, but suffice it to say, up to a cap determined by the damage of your weapon, you can carry bonus damage over from a previous shot. So, hitting multiple kills without failing to kill per shot on low projectile count weapons is a great way to get a lot of value out of them. Hey Voodoo, welcome back. Congrats on the new time on Woden. Alright, we're messing around with golden rule grenade stuff. I'll do one more hemo kill. Like, look at this action skill cooldown. It's hilarious. Then you go under 22. Need more luck. Yeah, theoretical cap for that is, I want to say it's 18 or 19 and change. I forget the exact number. But, 18 something or 19 something is, like, frame perfect. And that's, a big ask for a human to pull off. You realize you're actually using golden rule? Yeah, I switched to it a little while ago. It works out well formula-wise here too, because as long as we use the Pestilence to enable our self-damage, Golden Rule gives us more damage than Driver would for our non-gun stuff, because Golden Rule rolls points in Laid Bare. I don't know what killed Hemo there, but okay. Hemo's dead. Got a record? Yeah, Mo's True Woden. I am the record holder for the flak category. What even is my time for that? I believe Zane is overall the fastest. Mostly because of who's in the driver's seat. Yeah, Nola is insane. Yeah, 21.199 for Zane. I'm at 21.86 for my flak time. Super's right behind at 22.1. Big ass for a human beer machine. The thing, Nine, is right now in the chat, you have some of the time trials, like, machines. The people who I'm talking about when I directly say that there's people who do this stuff more mechanically talented than me. Like Butter, Voodoo, and Best Person are all time trials runners who are better at the game than me. So like those are the people I'm talking about. We rarely have all of them in one place, but yeah. Let's go back and do a Mal one. Play good at survival. You just gotta branch out. Like, you only get good at categories when you grind them out. Nola's done faster with Root. Nola and Gar would both have done faster with non-time trials rules, yeah. Like, outside of time trials rule set, Garwood has done a sub 1 minute Mal1 takedown. Nola has done a 13-minute Guardian takedown. I believe it was Nola who hit the first, like, frame-perfect, Wotan way back in, OGM 4 days. You're the one I know to look up to, so I appreciate that. Get the grenade throw off there. Love how much I've been aiming the Guardian Angel to survive the last couple days. It's so satisfying. Hyperion weapon shields are so underrated. She is special ability. Guardian Angel gives you up to a 400% damage bonus. It's a global damage multiplier depending on how far you are away from the enemy you're hitting with whatever you're hitting, as long as you're holding it. But on top of that, it's a Hyperion gun, so it's got Hyperion weapons have a protective shield while you're aiming down sight. So any damage incoming will go to the shield first, rather than hitting you. No shield's part of its kit. Yeah, all Hyperion guns have that. People forget. Because a lot of players like to rely on the more conventional ways to survive, like health gate tanking with lifesteal, for example. I don't do a lot of that. I tend to get weird. Make weird choices. Amp is scale simple per stack on Hyperion shields. Remember that catch me by surprise when I learned it. Yeah, if you have the let's see, this that one. So this one is the give ammo one, and the GA I should have the damage one. So this one, this is the same multiplier, like multiplies all the damage you do that is shoot gun, as the pearl stacks, for example, is another example. While airborne anoints, like it's a scale thing, so it just multiplies. It's so good. If you're ever using a Hyperion gun, just ADS if you're being shot. It's free damage. Also, makes it tankier. What it's referred to as amp when amps are their own thing, but that's Borderlands for you. Yeah. They do reuse some terms. And names. Like, let me use the Scourge gun to fight the Scourge boss, for example. Would you like to use the Guardian Angel gun or the Guardian Angel skill? About the Quasar or a Quasar? Which barrage do you want? The Techspert gun or the Techspert class mod? See, amp has a spaghetti thought question. Cloud lets damage apply to any amp shot. It shouldn't, but... It shouldn't, but I've never thought to test that. And getting around these enemies is... off. No, let me up. Let me up. That solves that. Game in the GA. Just another day. Trying to use body and mind as little as possible, and also not shoot guns. It's definitely difficult. Run that back. Some of the best time with the company, man. Nice. 220.49. Love to see it. 14 Things in the Land series that have Storm in the name. GA to increase the damage of other things, GA to shoot and aim. You could use Guardian Angel to increase the damage of your Nova from Guardian Angel. See, because both Guardian Angels do damage. Yo, dog, I heard you like angels. Honestly wonder how Hunter Seeker would fare here. Like, if we were to scrap Clear the Mind and go back down to Indiscriminate, then just, like, still throwing Hunter Seekers would go crazy. Throw a light speed on this? Could. Pun not intended. Barrel. Crunch, 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 crunch. I love this so much. It's so chaotic. Gameplay loop. Constant screen shake is disorienting. Oh yeah, you speedrun the driver enough and you don't know what a still screen looks like anymore. Golden Rule is just the same experience, except less automated. There we go. Voted easier than the previous mob section. Welcome to why Borderlands bosses are fucking trivial, because, like, you just need to move. That's all. Just gotta move. Also, Maliwan Takedown Bridge is the highest intensity mobbing that isn't GTD crystals in the entire series. Golden Rule actually got a stealth buff in the summer 2020, by the way. Originally, dots can stack cooldown. Nice. Wouldn't used to have a tanky shield. Yeah. Sound of self-damage reminds me of top fuel dragster. Yeah, how can we refine this further? Oh yeah, we're gonna try light speed. That damage is also without elemental projector. That's just, like, Burn both ends being a mini Ellie projector. Last Stand D. Yeah, Last Stand D is nice. Could go Atom Bomb for B grad explosions, but eh. More helping hands might be nice. I don't know if I can justify losing damage, though. Like, I'd have to pull that from Tempest, or I'd have to give up Clear the Mind. I could give up that third point in Atman, I guess. What other choices do I have? Drop an infusion point. Infusion's here for when I do the body and mind stuff. And also for if I ever decide to shoot a sellout at myself. Mix up 2 red skills. Yeah, Anima's doing a lot of work here, so we keep that. Yeah, it'd be Tempest if I was gonna pull anything. Bonking. Really wish I could be tankier here. Like, gotta figure out the lowest level you can naturally get a Pestilence. Anyone happen to have that info off the top of their head? Or is that something we would need to test? Because the idea is, if I get drops from Celestra, also from, the name's escaping me, the Jekyll and Hyde dude in Jacob's Estate, he still drops it too. To drop it during the story? Yes. Yeah, because I got the Pestilence there on my last playthrough. $20's good. Yeah, I just want to know how much lower can go. Maybe 19. Pestilence Nova is also affected by card damage, right? I wonder if there's any optional accessories I have that are giving damage. I could get an additional projectile and lower the card damage that way. Or no, that's just the heat per shot one. Yeah, I want that. Map after that, I believe Amara did a run towards killing as few enemies as possible, get the lowest level sellout possible, got the sellout at 21. Okay, yeah, 20 tracks then. Which grip do I have? Is there a minus damage grip? There is. An accessory. Yeah, this one's minus damage as well. So this Pestilence We can test to see if this hits me less hard. So 56 versus 38. Not last stand is active. Of course it is. Gotta wait. $36K. Yeah, still very much in self-murder territory. I need something like real beefy. Yikes. Yeah. Beskar's damage reduction. That's not just against projectiles, right? That's everything? Or is it just against the projectiles?
Do you hear something? I believe there's a
Everything?
Kevin near you.
We'll try Beskar. There's a Jake. And there is a Kevin near me, too. What can you get? I could go Turtle Shield Charge? Turtle Shield Charge makes sense. Although, Reflect Shield Charge would be the most optimal. Because then I get the Fucky Wucky. Yes, that's the scientific term, chat. The Fucky Wucky. One, can Pestilence drop a world drop? Two, what's the lowest level rad guns can drop? No, Pestilence is dedicated only. It's got 2 dedicated sources, but it's dedicated only. 13, thank you. Do 19 on the board, let's go. So that brought it down to 8K. That maths correctly. Let's see how this does though. Doesn't kill me. Now it definitely doesn't tickle. But it doesn't kill me. Oh, I also got a test. 82882. Yeah, okay. Card damage does affect that. Cool. So that'll be my self-damaging pestilence, and then I'll have my actual killing enemies one. Do one more Mallow one. This focused science has been very interesting. too bright. There we go. That's better. That's in my eyes. Better. How many self-inflicted fight for life with a setup cause? Depends on how high my shields are when I switch to the pestilence. I think I am actually going to respec and get more helping hands. Restless points are worth basically nothing, but whatever. If I take less gun damage, the pestilence will also do less damage to me. Less damage to enemies, but we don't talk about that. I just go more tapestry here. I go more alacrity. I'll go more tapestry, fuck it. Sure, 3 violent tapestry. We're sciencing. I could go 5 helping hands, 2 arm steel. Let's see how tanky that actually makes me. I feel like the majority of Quack signs is just how many buttons do I need to hit in order to not use them one. Yeah, basically. Yes, Cat, hi, you are a good boy. Yeah, we got that down to doing 10k. And after the first time I go down, I'll be immune to enemy projectiles. That downs me. I forgot to break this. Hang on. Cat. Stop it. Alright, quick, hopping off, get some head downtime, some loot lemon work. Chat with you later. Yeah, sounds good. Jake, you want to say bye? He's doing cat things. Cat, how are you so cat? Don't put your butthole in my face. Stop eating that. Stop it. Keep forgetting I can just use grenade as filler. I also forgot to get myself the light speed. Beskar helps out here a lot. Mana Well would be another option that would work in that vein, but the problem with that is Amara doesn't have any way of sustaining her shields. Cool thing about using Last Stand D here is, I can do a Pestilence Nova with the second Wind Pestilence when it's active, and it won't kill me. Which is a neat little way of getting some additional damage. Jake, those are my snacks. It's my snacks. You're hungry. I understand. I guarantee you there's still food in your bowl. You being able to see the bottom does not mean it's empty. Come here. Come here. Come on. Okay, sit here until end of stream. Okay? Just sit here. I didn't mean sit here eating my earbuds. Oh yeah, this is so much safer. The Beskar Reflect stuff. Welcome back, Dex. Cat. I'm only letting you chew this because I bought replacement. Any nade findings? Yeah, this build, dumps on Hemo pretty effectively. Oh no, I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Do I have any way of preventing this? Oh, last stand! Pog! Let me look at Beskar augments real quick. That goes the grenade, and it goes really well, Vocal. We have done more fun and creative ways of not shooting guns conventionally. It's been going. Go turtle here. Recharge rate. Recharge rate would get me a little bit more off of shield reboot triggers before dot ticks happen, but 80 land on, it's triple sticky. Triple adaptive? Beskar, so. Can Beskar get any adaptive? No. No. Beskar can only get 2 augments, and sadly adaptive is not one. And I want to have reflect for that. And for the situation just encountered. Oh, you mean, yeah, switch to that. I do have that revolter for that. Although, yeah, no, that'd be fine. That'd work out fine. When I actually grenade launchers BO4, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Go the tower bubble pog. Tower Buble. Yes. Michael's sibling, Tower. Tyrone Buble, yes. More Tyrones. He makes Easter music. Uh-huh. Alright, one more. One more. What do I have in my sticky? Fire damage. Why do I have fire damage? Oh yeah, because it hurts my shields less. Yeah, I've rad covered there. Corrosive. Need anything else? No, fire's fine. Okay, try that. Ironically, he's the shorter of the two. This has been a fun experiment. There's still plenty of different ways to do Grenade Amara, especially if you've ever watched a Stones one. But I wanted to combine a bunch of build concepts that have no right being combined. Unfortunately, the shoot gun aspect of this did get lost with the amount of compromises I had to make skill tree-wise and damage formula-wise, but I mean, it's pretty cool that we have almost perfect cooldown cycling here. was ouchy. That was good though. Handle this. I want a do-over. Want a do-over. Possible to be on top of a tower and wouldn't land on the same tower. What would happen? Player crush dead, never try that. You won't die, but you'll be like pushed aside, or you'll be stuck like inside of its hitbox. It can happen. Imagining bouncing up and down under Woden with Zane and spamming Stinger. You can. That's actually a strat I used for a long time. On flak. That is a thing that works. It's how you get in range if you want to hit it with your... If you want to hit the better half during the split with your Stinger. That's how you do it. You just go up the lift and then, yeah. Even bounce up and down, try to true melee him. Ask me how I know. How do you know? Wasn't expecting this. Never let them know your next move, chat. Yet another situation where Flesh Melter could go crazy. Popping sounds so satisfying. On the light speed ricochets? Yeah. Amazing. I really like Last Stand here. Gives you time to do a bunch of stuff. Sorry, Last Stand D. This is very fun. Now, you know how many of the things I have equipped right now are things people have downplayed? There's a bunch of people who still run around saying, man, I wish the rewards from Guardian Takedown were good items. Man, I wish the stuff from Arms Race was good. People forget Pestilence exists straight up. People downplay and overplay Guardian Angel. Placing Victory Rush for Company Man's completely fixed my skag issues. That's interesting. What are the roles on your Company Man? Was the last time you played Arms Race? A couple days ago. Jacob's damage, Jacob crit, mag size. I guess maybe just getting more damage helped. Wasn't on my bingo card, but glad it worked out. I can also do even more damage here by having better modifiers. Like, I have not the face. The light speed can crit. So my crits are being reduced here. Like, I should take Transcend instead of Restless. Any decent move speed using Company Man instead of Snowdrip. You still have Phalanx Vagabond. And you have Company Man can roll 1 move speed passive, I believe. Holy shit. Look how clean the bridge is now. That's crazy. Changed up build a little, took off biofuel and double time, replaced with Scrappy. Yeah, so just more damage seemed to help you, I guess. Jake's impressed. He's currently running around being very cat. Wake them up with it's the bee or the shame. Freudian slip, but I like it, yeah. Last stand kicking in, letting us regen. I guess with... No, was that the... Can't tell if that's the circle that killed me or my own damage. Okay, this is fun. I like this. Experiment success. He just ran headfirst into a wall. Like, he was just jumping in place. Like, legs down, just jumping high. And then just landed and ran directly face first into a wall. Cat. No, not you, other cat. Forgotten to the catnip. I do have catnip, but no, he didn't get any. He's just crazy. I've got COVID this week? Oh no. Been sleeping in the guest room and shutting the door because cats like to play in the blinds in that room and it's not conducive to sleeping. Last night they raced me to the room and plopped on the bed and stayed all night. I felt loved. Oh, they missed you. That's wholesome. That's really wholesome. I like that. I often forget weapon accuracy as a roll on class mod. You could roll like weapon accuracy and Jacob's accuracy on a class mod. And then run an accuracy roll company man. Why have I not done that? That sounds funny. I'm fascinated by the concept of accuracy because I'm primarily a flak player. So Zane and Amara players are looking at me like that's nothing special. But remember, I'm a flak guy. Get a Hellwalker laser. Good passes on that region bear. She's taking it in stride. It's something she shouldn't have to take in stride, but hey, no. Deal with the hand that we're dealt. I hope she recovers sooner rather than later. And I hope you stay clear of it. Getting better each day. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Yeah, I'm gonna mess around with the spec more. In terms of the pestilence setup, I still might do like a write-up for that because people ask, and it's solid enough and different enough that that might go in the Amara doc at some point. And we'll see what happens. It's gonna be it for stream today. It's been about 5 hours. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Chill vibes today. We're very just talky. Who originally founded time trials? Lazy, and then he had Jack and I helping out, but it was Lazy. For BL2 time trials, I don't know, but for BL3 time trials, it was Lazy. Let's see who's live. Any place fun for you guys to go. Perek's doing some art. Pascaroni's on Assassin's Creed. BZK's on BL3. Tizzle's playing some Diablo. Control's playing some Diablo. I played some Diablo with Control yesterday, and it was a really good time. Y'all know him. He's a mod here. Good guy. We'll raid Control. Don't often get to do that. I plan on being live tomorrow. Once again, I have no idea what I'm gonna do, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I gotta copy paste for this one. There we go. Yeah, thank you again, guys. Enjoy Borderlands, because build crafting in this game is endless, as improving today. We just keep finding new shit to do. Borderlands 3 the GOAT. Eat some food, hydrate, wash your ass, be nice to people. Have a good one. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Bye.